Mm. Like to call to order this special meeting of the Glendora City Council. All council members are present. And at this time, I'd like to ask the city attorney to read the closed session title into the record before I ask for public comment.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, members of the council, and any who may be joining us virtually. Council has an extremely busy closed session agenda tonight. The item number one on the agenda involves labor negotiations with the city's Police Officer Association. The authority to meet in closed session to talk about those negotiations is Government Code Section 54957.6. Agenda items 2 and agenda items 5 all involve real property negotiations. The properties that are involved are identified by both their common street address and their assessor parcel number in agenda items 2 and 5, and are too lengthy to read into the record at this point. The authority to discuss real property negotiations is Government Code Section 54956.8. Agenda item 3, the city council will meet in closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54957 to discuss the protocol to be used in evaluating the performance of the positions of city manager and city attorney. And lastly, the city council will meet in closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54957 regarding potential threats to public services or facilities. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Winder. With that takes us to public comment. I will open public comment at this time for any comments on our closed session items. Do we have anyone wishing to speak or anyone who submitted a written public comment?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. At this time, we received no requests to give public comment, no comment cards or emails related to the agenda items this
Do
evening.
we have anyone joining us on Zoom who wishes to speak? If so, please use the raise hand icon.
I don't see that there's anyone.
Okay. Well, with that, then I will close the public comment and convene us into closed session at 5:02. Good evening. We are reconvening our closed session meeting into open session, and I'd like to ask our city attorney to report out.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council, and ladies and gentlemen joining us in person or virtually. City Council had a very busy closed session, a series of agenda items tonight. First item on its closed session agenda was a briefing regarding ongoing labor negotiations with the Glendora Police Officers Association. There was a privileged and confidential briefing regarding the potential terms and conditions of a tentative agreement, which the council will be asked to act on publicly tonight. Questions were asked and answered. No reportable action was taken because that action will be taken, if at all, in public tonight. There were a number of real property excuse me. I swallowed down the wrong pipe here. Thank you. There are a number of real property items that were on for closed session discussion. All of those properties were provided with a privileged and confidential briefing. No reportable action was taken regarding these items, but direction was given to staff to return and report. However, with respect to the property which was identified by its assessor parcel number 8644-014-036, two members of the council did not support the direction given to staff. That was the Mayor Pro Tem and Councilmember Alawas voted no on that direction. But again, the direction given, it does not constitute reportable action, which needs to be shared with the public. There was a lengthy discussion on a threat to the certain public facilities, not a threat posed by violence, but a threat within the meaning of the government code section. Again, options were discussed with the council. Questions were asked and answered. A privileged and confidential briefing was provided, but no reportable action has yet to be taken. The council did not have time to address closed session agenda item number 3. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Winder. At this time, then, I will adjourn our closed session at 7:08 p.m. and call our regular meeting into session at 7:08 p.m. I'll make note for the record that all council members are present. And just a reminder to those joining us that to please silence your cell phones. And we also offer a welcome to those who are joining us via Zoom. At that time this evening, our invocation will be led by Pastor Bruce Butler of Glendora Friends Church. And on this Flag Day, our Pledge of Allegiance will be led by our Community Services Director, Johnny Geary. With that, Pastor Butler, thank you.
Lord God, we are grateful people to live in this good city. Lord, many of us have long connections here, so that we're happy. Lord, may we extend a hand of welcome to newcomers. We are praying, Lord, for wisdom for these decision makers. Lord, they have in their hands important items that they consider. Would you give them guidance for that? Lord, for those in our city who are suffering and hurting, especially in these times of economic difficulty, pray that you might give us eyes to see.
Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And thank you, Mr. Aguirre. That takes us to student reports. Tonight, we have none. Next to reordering of or additions to the agenda. Does anyone wish to reorder or make any additions? Okay, seeing none, then that takes us to public comment. Invite you, if you are here in person and wish to speak, to please fill out a public comment card. If you are joining us on Zoom, we invite you to please use the raise hand icon and we will call on you. Tonight, I call our first speaker, Tony Lombardi, or Tom Ard, I'm sorry.
I just come up front.
Yes, please come to the podium.
My wife says I have a voice that I don't need a mic for, but
Well, that helps those who are joining us via Zoom or on television, so thank you.
okay. I just have something just real short to read. In the early morning hours of June 12th, 2022, a 100-year-old World War II hero and hero of life, Tony Lombardi, departed from this world a few hours after family, strangers, nurses, friends gathered vigil outside the small courtyard of the Presbyterian Hospital, just outside his room. I'm convinced that Tony waited for the vigil to conclude out of respect of our closure. He was the most selfless person I've ever known. He never sought the limelight. The limelight simply came to him. Tony was a resident of Glendora since 1953. Although I was disappointed I didn't have enough time to notify everyone about the vigil, I tried. I handed out brochures and everything. I admire the quality of the people who took the time to care. Names aren't really important. There were well-known business people, a prominent city official, nurses, longtime friends, and family members in attendance. Loving family members with tears in their eyes wish they could do more. A young girl that knew Tony silently wept out of view of the gathering. A young boy who didn't know Tony at all walked to the vigil with his grandmother, stating he wanted to know more about the heroes of World War II. I then gazed upward at Tony's room, seeing the movement of another selfless family member that chose not to attend the vigil. She attended to Tony silently in a vigil all her own. I have limited time, and frankly, I'm hoping, I knew I was going to do this. I'm hoping I can get through this. For those of you that can spare the time, I've left more detailed biography of Tony on the table just outside the meeting room there. Has pictures. There's a World War II book of other heroes, which I've met them all. Well, not all of them, but a lot of them. I'm hoping that all of you can help fulfill the promise I made to Tony's oldest son, who passed away on January 2013. He told me, if something happens to me, don't let people forget what my dad has done. I just maybe take a moment to remember the fallen heroes, all of them. Tony would like that. He never thought of himself as a hero. Most don't. He would always say to me, "Where are my men?" And I would just say now that they're with you now. The last words to each other were, "I love you. You are the grandfather I never had."
Thank you, Mr. Ard. Diana Lombardi. Okay.
Oh, boy. I've just heard this, so if I make any boo-boos, forgive me. A friend sent condolences on the death of my father-in-law. His words were simple, but absolutely spot on. Bryant wrote, "He was an amazing person, forged in the crucible of incredible times. As one of 9 children born to Italian immigrants, Tony was the first generation American, embodied everything that meant. He was a hard worker, taking whatever jobs he could find to help his family. He provided for his wife and 4 children, making sure they had everything they needed and more. He only stopped working at age 90. I used to see him working on top of the roof over age 90 because of his eldest son, also his employer. That's my best friend then, that I mentioned earlier, was also his employer, passed away, and the business closed down after that. But he wasn't only a worker, he liked to play hard as well. As a youth, he played every sport and excelled. You go back to New Jersey newspapers published around Montclair, that's not the one out here, but one back there, during the 30s, 40s, and 50s, and the name Tony Lombardi will be featured frequently, from baseball to basketball to football, track and field to boxing. He won the Golden Gloves. Everything. I mean, he was being a star of the game. He could have gone to professional sports. The scouts were ready to give him a shot. The Dodgers being one, Green Bay Packers being another. But the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor and Tony enlisted in the US Marines. He saw action all right. There were some seriously grim events through it all, including deadly close combat quarters and taking a grenade to the stomach. He kept his boyish sense of humor and his good attitude. He spent 78 years suffering from PTSD, but most people never knew about it. I did. He believed that exercise, work, and activity kept the demons away, and they did. After the death of his beloved wife, Tony started a new life playing horseshoes in a local horseshoe league. He would beat guys 30 and 40 years old when he was 90. He traveled to tournaments, practiced almost daily, and made wonderful friends, all of them very dear to his heart. Speaking of friends, no matter where he went, what he did, he made friends, working or playing. No one ever was known to say a bad word about him. He was unforgettable. People who met him once or twice many years ago still inquire about him, and I know that personally. His family and friends will miss him more than can be expressed. The world is a little darker without him in it, and he'll never see the likes of him again. We will never see the likes of him again. But we're better for having known him, blessed for having loved him. You can only pray he is saving us a seat in the heavenly banquet table. Rest in peace, my dear friend and father-in-law. You've earned it.
Thank you. Thank you both for being here this evening. Is anyone else wishing to speak tonight? Mr. Willett, please make your way forward. Is there anyone on Zoom that have raised their hands?
Thank you, Mayor. We have no one that's requested to speak. If anyone would like to speak, they can use the raised hand icon at this time.
Thank you for allowing me to come before you this evening. Another column appears today in today's Wall Street. Climate Censorship, Phase 2. Gina McCarthy works for the White House. They're doing everything they can to continue to stop total all fossil fuel drilling. As you know, when Obama ran, he stated in 2020 that no fossil fuel drilling. We can go on and on and on. Today's Wall Street, Mr. Thompson, I hope you take a look at it. It's on page A18, the last column, climate censorship. Now they've gone after Mark Zuckerberg and Facebook. You've got to censor anything that doesn't go with their agenda. Excuse me, short of oxygen. BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street, and the key, Engine One. I don't know if you've ever Googled Engine One. You Google it with BlackRock Engine One and it'll come right up. They cannot do any kind of oil drilling. Today, England is meeting with Baku, Azerbaijan, to get oil. Azerbaijan is full of oil. Formula One race over the weekend was in Azerbaijan, Baku. I know Baku very well. And the president and his wife. His wife's a very powerful lady. And I'll just leave it at that. Don't forget, their daughter married a gentleman that was involved with meeting with Donald Trump in 2016. And a certain matter was raised. I won't go into it. And then, of course, they went over there and tried to arm twist them in Baku to say what happened, what took place, and nothing, and so on and so forth. So, but England again needs oil just as bad as we do. And it's not Russian oil. We only hope the Ukraine crisis ends quickly. The Russian Orthodox minister, Kirill, K-I-R-I-L-L, who I know, he's very powerful, 150 million followers. It's very close to Putin. Michael, they meet in September, him and the Pope. We only hope they can come to some conclusion. He met with the Pope in Cuba in 2016, the two of them. We only hope two religious leaders can try to find a stop to this crazy war. And my time is up. And again, thank you very much. The lady, the key lady's name at the White House is Heather Zichal, Z-I-C-H-A-L. Thank you so much
Well,
for your time.
Thank you. Do we have anyone on Zoom that has wished to speak?
Thank you. We've received no request to speak at this time.
Okay, and do we have any written correspondence?
We received 2 written correspondences that were made available to the public on the website and given to council via email prior to 4 o'clock.
Okay, very good. With that, then I will close public comment and bring it back to the council for statements and reports. Councilmember Thompson.
Madam Mayor, thank you, and appreciate everybody being here today. And all of our kids are out of school, so be aware of that as you drive. They haven't been out like they are now, so we need to make sure that they are safe. Make sure that you watch them when they swim. Historically, a lot of kids unfortunately die during these months because they're not watched. So I would just encourage us all to cherish them, love them, watch them, and hope that the summer is good. Water is something that we all need to be aware of, and I know that we are, and I just would encourage us all to do whatever we can to make sure that we use as little as we can, and pray for rain. I know that sounds weird, but we need rain, but we also need for us to not use a lot. So thank you. Chaplain's job is a very important one, and I want to express, I know for myself, but for all of us, the fact that our mayor has been a chaplain for us for 20 years. The police have engaged her, and she has done an amazing job. So Karen, thank you for the 20 years of service that you have been able to share. For the many times that you have gone out at unknown hours to console, comfort, counsel, and we just appreciate that. So thank you for everything that you're doing. And lastly, the favorite thing that I like to talk about, the goal line. The bridges are taking great shape. It's amazing. If you're gone from here for a week and you come back, the bridges are really growing and they're looking great. And so thank you to all of the folks that are working there. It's halfway done. And this week we're going to meet and celebrate that. And I know that sounds like it's an impossible thing, but the train is halfway done. And so that is good. The good news is it's on time. Budget is, under. And so I'm thankful for, that. And Michael, I don't have anything to show. So that's going to be it.
Good, because I didn't bring popcorn.
So isn't that good? All right. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Friedendall.
Thank you, Mayor, and congratulations on your 20 years of service. It's remarkable, and regardless of the denomination of the party in need, you fill that need very well. In recognition of today being Flag Day in the United States, I hope we've all flown it well and proud. I know I have. Following up on the water comment that Councilman Thompson shared about, I encourage the community to please, let's focus on our measures to conserve water and come up with ways to do better than we have, so we don't have to go to the extreme route that some of our neighbors are having to do. We're not saying we'll never get there, but if we start now, we might avoid it for a lot longer. So let's do our part. Summertime is here, so the fun things happen, the movies in the park, the concerts in the park. I invite you to read the quarterly magazine from Community Services, came out a couple of weeks ago. All the schedule is there with movies and music and choices and timing. So let's check that out. And were we going to talk about? Mr. Boyd? Okay. I'm going to follow up on something that Mr. Alawas may start. So I'll come back and take up on that in a moment. So thank you, Mayor.
Okay, Mr. Alawas.
Thank you, Mayor. Adam, can you possibly opine on our pickleball courts and the status of one of the emails we received this afternoon was asking for that, but it's already in the process.
Yeah, I'd be happy to do that. It was easier to do it during the city manager comment period.
Oh, I didn't know if you were going to be doing that or not.
I'd be happy to comment on that then.
Okay, sure. Thank you. Madam Mayor, I know that we're going to have probably some other requests to close or adjourn our meeting in remembrance of some other folks. And I'd like to add to that list, Mr. Douglas R. Boyd Sr. Doug leaves behind 11 children, 18 grandchildren, a former foster parent, a loving wife, Linda Boyd, life partner, confidant, conscience, and editor-in-chief. The Boyds were married for 24 years. On June 5th, Mr. Boyd passed away unexpectedly due to natural causes while on business trip in Austin, Texas, as Assistant Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, and Tax Collector for the County of San Bernardino. Doug was 69 years old. Mr. Boyd served in the United States Air Force and attained the rank of sergeant. Doug was stationed in Europe, Southeast Asia, where his duties were in television, radio, and broadcast, and was awarded the Good Conduct Medal, Vietnam Service Medal, Vietnam Campaign Medal, National Defense Service Medal, and Combat V Device Accommodation. Doug earned his master's degree from Pepperdine University and his JD degree from Loyola Law School in Los Angeles, and was a 39-year member of the California Bar Association. Mr. Boyd was a former Glendora Boy Scout leader, Little League coach, PTA board member, Glendora Board of Trustees for the Fairmont Pioneer Cemetery, Glendora community organizer campaigning for low density in the La Colina housing development, formerly Rosedale Nursery. Mr. Boyd served in several governmental posts, elected positions, and served on numerous commissions and boards. Doug's passion in life was politics, and he didn't have a line that he wouldn't cross, or so it seemed. Doug was full of grit and drive. Most people who knew Doug saw him as a Rottweiler and dreaded when they perceived he got off his leash. But knowing him for over 35 years, I saw him as Winnie the Pooh. Yes, Winnie the Pooh is a clever one that came off with one-liners, and not much really bothered him because he always had a plan, like playing a game of chess. And his large family loved him. When I think of the Doug that I knew, this quote from Winnie the Pooh sums it up perfectly. If there ever is a tomorrow where we're not together, there is something you must always remember. You are braver than you think, braver than you believe, stronger than you seem, and smarter than you think. But the most important thing is, even if we're apart, I'll always be with you. Doug always gave you something to think about, whether you liked it or not, and he touched so many lives. Memorial services will be held this coming Saturday, June 18th at 10 a.m. at the Church of the Open Door. David?
Thank you, Michael. My getting to know Doug goes back to about 2005 through scouting. When his son joined the unit I was a leader with. Through that, some projects and the Fairmount Pioneer Cemetery. I got to partner and see some of the Rottweiler. I got to see some of the Winnie the Pooh. Clearly, I think the focus and the drive was to keep Glendora the town it is in the community and for the people. Sometimes that was misunderstood and reasonably so often, but the genuine interest was for the community. So he will be missed. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you and congratulations on 20 years. You started when you were 18.
Good answer.
Good to know.
Yeah.
You know, it's a time of year that there's a lot of promotions and graduations going on. Since the last time we met, we had the opportunity to attend and honor the graduates at Whitcomb High School and at Glendora High School. Great time. It's always good to see young faces with a lot of energy and a lot of life ahead of them. And you can only imagine the things that they'll be doing when they get to be our age. But it was great to celebrate that. And on top of that, this is the time of year that a lot of the scouts in the area are also going through promotions. We had an opportunity up at Big Dalton I attended a bridging ceremony where all of the local Cub Scouts moved on to their next level. And it's always cool to see those types of things happening. Life moves on. I want to especially thank everybody that took the time to vote last week. Voter turnout was extremely low, which is disappointing. Hopefully we can do better come November, but we need to take, that's a privilege that we all have and an obligation that we all have. We need to take that a lot more seriously. We also, since the last time we met, we had an opportunity to recognize some Glendora residents at an Older Americans luncheon. And I was asked to lead the group in the pledge. And as I stood there doing the Pledge of Allegiance, all I could think about as I'm looking at this room of seniors and how many times over how many years all of these people have stood and pledged their faith to our country. And it's pretty interesting to try to comprehend that. And then David hosted a Memorial Day cemetery over at or the Memorial Day event over at Fairmount Cemetery. And at the event asked for all the veterans to stand. And, you know, a number of people stood up, but it wasn't a whole lot. And it made you think about the fact that most of the people that stood, most of the veterans that did stand were older than I am. And so, you know, younger people are not choosing that, but it makes you stop and think about, we're going to lose more and more of those people, of the heroes of yesterday. And they gave us the opportunity for us to sit here and have this meeting tonight. And then when I listened to Tom talk about his friend's father, Tony Lombardi, it reminds me of the debt we owe to so many. Tony was also the grandfather of one of our police officers here in the city of Glendora. And I got to tell you, I'm embarrassed and disappointed at the fact that I've lived in Glendora for 43 years and I had no idea that this man was one of my neighbors. He lived right here in the community, and I'm disappointed I never had the opportunity to shake his hand and thank him for his service. So we're going to be holding here in Glendora our Field of Heroes that we do every year with a display of flags over the 4th of July here at City Hall and down at Sunflower School. I will make sure that we have a flag honoring Tony in his memory. And tonight I would also like to request that we adjourn our meeting in memory of Tony Lombardi. Thank you.
It's very sobering to think that 2 weeks ago, as we came together, or at our last council meeting, which is a little bit more than 2 weeks ago, that it was a day in which we heard of violence that had been perpetuated in that time against young children. Today and yesterday on the news, hearing about more violence, this time perpetuated against law enforcement officers. So we continue to hear these tragic stories. So I would just ask all of us to continue to pray for victims of senseless violence. And also tonight, as we remember the two individuals that you have asked that we adjourn in memory of, that we also adjourn in memory of Adam Keene. Adam had been serving as the junior high youth pastor at Grace Church of Glendora and died unexpectedly on June 8th. Adam was 24 years old, leaves behind his wife that is expecting their first child any day now. He'd been very involved since 2017 with junior high ministry, also serving on their communications team. I know it has not only been devastating for his family and friends, but also for the Grace Church community. So I would ask tonight that we would also adjourn in memory of Adam. And also there has been a GoFundMe account set up in his family's name to assist them. And his memorial service will be June 17th. You can find out more information how to support his family, as well as if you're interested in the memorial service by going to the Grace Church website. So with that, I now turn to Mr. City Manager for your report.
Good evening, everyone. To elaborate a little more, this afternoon, 2 El Monte police officers were shot. We don't have a status update. Both were rushed to the hospital, and it comes a day after a highway patrol officer was shot multiple times in Studio City. On the agenda this evening is our 3-year contract with our Police Officers Association. Just a sober reminder each and every day that some of our employees may not come home. So we thank them for their service, and our hearts go out, thoughts and prayers to those impacted in El Monte and the California Highway Patrol family. Appreciation to the chief, 6 of our men and women that were helping assist that situation this evening. On brighter news, Fink Minor Park, we heard about pickleball courts. Previously, the city council's approved a project to update some bathrooms, add 4 pickleball courts to the Fink Minor Park, in addition to some other park upgrades. Currently, they're in the design phase. Those upgrades will also have some updated playground equipment. We'll get rid of the rubber chips and pellets that are in the playground. It'll be a solid poured surface. I know that comes to a great happiness of many people who visited the park, and also to those individuals maintaining the park, that there'll be less of a mess. Currently, those construction plans are due back in August. We expect to go out to bid and have the project complete by March of 23. And with that, thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. City Attorney, anything further? Okay, thank you. That takes us to special items. Tonight we have none, and now that moves us on to public hearings. Our first public hearing is a public hearing to consider joint resolutions adopting the budget for the city of Glendora for fiscal year 2022-23, adopting the investment policy for fiscal year 2022-23, delegating investment authority, and to consider a city resolution determining and establishing the GAN appropriations limit for fiscal year 2022-23, and a city resolution determining and establishing the GAN appropriations limit for fiscal year 2022-23. And tonight, to fill us in on all of the fabulous finance information and numbers with pizzazz and interest, is Assistant Finance Director Kyle Johnson. Welcome.
Hell yeah. Well, I don't think I have to do much after reading the intro. I'm pretty sure it was all there. If we
I
could have
was
put more on
hoping that
slide, I
too.
would
Keep
have.
it short, Kyle. Keep it short.
Yeah.
I'll second that.
All right. So good evening, Mayor and City Council members. The items before you tonight on a lot shorter note are the mid-cycle budget, GAN appropriations limit, and investment policies. Next slide, please. So we'll do an overview of the general fund, Measure E fund, other funds, including special revenue, capital projects, debt service funds, capital improvement program, and staffing changes. Next slide, please. So just to highlight on this slide, we are on the 2-year mark of our 2-year budget that we adopted last June, 2021, of our multi-year budgeting plan. We'll see additional forecasts that fill out the rest of this slide here. So next slide, please. So at the time of this, I hadn't released it publicly yet, but our budget is on the website. So this is an old shot, but we do have the new proposed budget for 2022-23. And the link is both. You can click on the picture there or on the link under proposed budget. Next slide, please. So the second year of the budget process is much streamlined. The major changes, we don't meet individually with all, or the departments don't meet with the various commissions and boards. Although I do know the library director, Janet Stone, and city manager, Adam Raymond, did meet with the library board to give them an update on the mid-cycle update. Next slide, please. All right, so we're into the overall budget overview right now, where we'll discuss all the funds. So in this budget process, we addressed a lot of the strategic plan initiatives, most notably infrastructure maintenance and improvements, employee workforce modernization, and continuing work on our land management permitting system and bringing on board a new financial system for our citywide, enterprise resource and human resources, finance, all the components that I get to work with every day, I guess. So next slide, please. Here's the overview by fund type, the numbers. In total, we have $105 million of revenue budgeted and $122 million of expenditures budgeted. The end columns are the available balance that we're estimating to start the year, and then the projected ending available balance. You'll see in some of the funds, it decreases somewhat significantly, mostly due to our capital improvement investment in this budget. Next slide, please. So here's citywide revenues. Taxes, obviously, our biggest one. And most of that is going to be the general fund and our newly created with mid-year of 2022 Measure E fund. So one of the other things that's jumped up this year is our transfers in, and that's because we budgeted them proactively. So we've taken Measure E, made it its own fund, and budgeted ahead of time for the transfers that we anticipate to see at the end of the year, and I'll discuss that more as we move through the slides. Next slide, please. Citywide expenditures, it's $122 million, as mentioned earlier. Flip side of transfers, they're both revenues and expenditures. So again, that's one reason transfers have increased. As you can see, capital projects and capital outlay make up about 25% of the budget. So we, as mentioned earlier, we have a major investment in CIP, and there will be more details on future slides. Next slide, please. A lot of staffing changes. My eyes are not even good enough to read it from here. But I've seen it before, so I'll work my way through it. So citywide, we had a lot of position reclassifications. This is to enhance our recruitment efforts, retention challenges, and provide potential career growth for employees that are already on board. To highlight in community development, we added a management analyst position that'll address some enhancement to our economic development division, working with our current economic development and housing manager to attract businesses to the city of Glendora. Also, in community development, we added a principal civil engineer. That person will be responsible for private land development. So we will be splitting our land development process, where the private land development will be in community development, and which streamlines it because that's where they'll get all their building permits and plan reviews and everything else. And then we'll have Public Works do all our internal infrastructure and all the other city development. IT, we have moved to a hybrid staffing model somewhat recently. I believe I made the change the last maybe like 3 weeks ago in the budget anyway. And so we will, as you can see there, I think we're eliminating 5 positions or 6 positions and adding 2 IT project managers, some higher level staff to oversee some of the investments in technology we're going to be making shortly, and keeping and we have our IT director and an administrative assistant. So 4 in-house staff, and then we brought on a contracted staff, which allows us to take advantage of their knowledge of servers, databases, as well as share resources, because the individuals that are part of the contract work in surrounding cities. So they'll bring that knowledge to the city. Additionally, we'll be officially adding the maintenance workers in the facilities division. So those were previously included in the 2-year budget, tentative budget plan for 2023. Now they're just going to be officially part of the authorized full-time equivalent count. And we're also adding a water utility lead worker. This person will be part of the conservation division. As a few of you mentioned earlier, conservation is a big concern right now where we're facing a historic drought. So this person will, be part of those efforts to educate the city and promote conservation with existing staff. Next slide, please. More changes. Community services makes up the part-time changes. Most of this is restructuring to enhance their organizational structure, to help them facilitate their programs and activities. Also, again, allows for employee retention and recruitment, and just to continue to put on great events and things for the community. So next slide, please. Oh, and it's an overall net decrease out of all those changes of 0.16. So after everything, it's about it ends up being a net zero impact just about as far as FTEs. And so we're at a 257 employees approximately. Next slide, please. This is just an overview of where all the different departments are budgeted. As you can see, everybody is not just in one fund. It's all over the place. So it really is a citywide effort to put the budget together. Next slide, please. So now we're going to be talking about the general fund and Measure E. Next slide. So here's a breakdown. Even more so in the general fund, taxes are our major source of revenue. Property tax, sales tax. Measure E is listed on the slide, but that is to bring to attention that we, again, with mid-year, we created its own fund. So as we'll see on the next slide, but we don't transition yet. We have moved that one into its own fund. So that's a big change to the general fund. But otherwise, property tax, sales tax have been performing better than we anticipated with the original 2-year budget, and still show increases from 2022 as well. Also transfers in have increased because Measure E does provide a subsidy to the general fund to make sure that we have a balanced budget in the general fund and meet our 45% contingency reserve, which I'll discuss further as we get into the forecast. Next slide, please. Here's our 5 leading revenues. As I mentioned, property tax, sales tax, and earlier Measure E shows a 0, but we'll see that later on because that's in its own fund now to enhance transparency around what programs Measure E is funding. So next slide, please. This is just a general fund expenditures breakdown by department. Police department is 50% of the general fund, but that's pretty typical for any city that has a public safety component. They're typically the largest part of the budget, and that's why Measure E was also important because it allowed us to keep and maintain our service levels in the police department for the city of Glendora. Next slide, please. Here's by category. It just kind of confirms we are a service provider. That's part of the main thing that we do at the city is make sure that we're providing services to the community, whether it be streets, police, finance. I mean, they don't come talk to me too often about finance, more so about water billing, but it's a service we provide in the background. And I guess just to kind of throw in there, because pension obligation bonds are now a transfer out, which we did previously have as a debt service, but also would have been part of the personnel costs. We're typically around 63%. Again, that's pretty normal for a city. It's mostly personnel cost. Next slide, please. Measure E, all taxes, because that's what we set it aside for, just to kind of track our transaction use tax that was approved by the voters in March of 2020. It's our 0.75% sales tax increase. Again, transfers out is a large component here, but that's because now it funds our general fund reserve policy, moves money into the general fund to make sure the general fund is balanced and we meet our reserve, as mentioned earlier. It also moves money into our capital projects fund so we can make sure we invest in our infrastructure, and it moves money into to stabilize our pension risk or our costs, and which will come up later, and to our internal service funds. as needed. This year we put it into technology because we have a lot of technology investments coming up. The personnel costs here, I just want to highlight our police department. Primarily, there is a small component of community development. But this measure funds our community impact team and our school resource officer, along with a few other officers. It's 8 police officer positions altogether in there. The capital projects or outlay you see there is what we were talking about earlier. Pickleball, it's the Fink by Inner Park improvement. So it's the construction phase. So next slide, please. Kind of what I just highlighted. This is now a breakdown a little bit more by department. 8 police officers. It funds a portion of the economic development position that we're adding in the budget this year, and the other items that I talked about in the earlier slide. So this fund should always be all the money that comes in goes out and is funding things in the general fund, capital improvements, and so on. So next slide, please. Now we're going to talk about the general fund and Measure E a little bit more. This will be the forecast. We're looking into the future years. Just as always, we will have notes and caveats about how long the forecasts are good for. So if we go on to the next slide. This is the general fund and Measure E combined forecast. Mainly want highlighted here the total revenues. This is a truncated version. We have notes for all the lines and for what assumptions have been considered in the budget document itself. And there are all the detailed line items broken out. This just highlights the total revenue as well as the transfers that are going out for our general fund reserve policy. Next slide, please. This is the general fund. This one, I just want to highlight the Measure E transfer in. This is what it takes from Measure E to make sure we have a balanced general fund and meet our 45% contingency reserve. 45% puts us about probably overall in maybe around the top 10% of the surrounding cities as far as a reserve level. And I kind of like to think of it as to put it into a little bit of perspective is that's like 6 months of operating if we have a down year. Next slide, please. Measure E, this is everything except for the notes, which will be in the budget document or are in the budget document. Again, this highlights the transfers in and out of Measure E and the funding that it provides. And it funds a whole lot of initiatives of the city. So we're very fortunate that the voters approved it in March of 2020. Next slide, please. So challenges, as we all know right now, we're seeing inflation. And now I was getting a whole bunch of investment emails from all our investment advisors. We're seeing an inverted yield curve. I think Mendel knows what that is. I'm becoming more familiar with it. And talk, which could be a sign of a recession. I don't have a crystal ball, so I don't know what's going to happen. So these forecasts were provided with the best information I had available to me at the time, and we will continue to update them throughout the year. Calpers Volatility took a look today. They're looking at about a 10% loss, which overall, when they are anticipating to earn 7% or 6.8%. That's really about a 17% loss that would affect the city, but it wouldn't be next year. It'd be, takes about 2 years to impact the city. And these are just some of the other listed items that can impact our forecasts. Next slide, please. All right, other funds. So those will be our special revenue funds, capital projects, and debt service, water, internal service funds. Just a reminder, special revenue funds are restricted. We have to use them for a specific purpose, typically streets and transportation. We do have grant funds in there, which tend to incorporate police parks. And then we also have our housing fund as well. They fluctuate from year to year, which we'll see on the next slide, which we can go to now, based on the grant funding we received. So in 21-22, we received some ARPA funding. $7.5 million, and that's why there's such a big spike, and then it goes down because that was one-time funding. Next slide, please. Some funds of note: gas tax, Measure R, and Measure M. We realigned some staff there through their distributions, and we added on-call services to supplement our staff's efforts in the striping, asphalt work, concrete work areas. Asset forfeiture, I wrote this presentation, I don't know, a couple of weeks ago, and it still holds true, unfortunately, that we have not received a payment from the federal government for any asset forfeiture work that we've done. I've approved a few things recently with the assistance of the police department, but nothing significant. I think maybe eventually $50,000 over a couple of different items. And we've also moved the general fund to the general fund, the ComNet membership fee, just because we haven't seen the revenue level that we've anticipated in measure or in the asset forfeiture. COPS, just to highlight, it has enough revenue to cover ongoing personnel costs, but we did just use it to purchase an armored vehicle, so we probably won't see any one-time purchases coming out of it anytime soon. Next slide, please. Capital projects, you can see here in the estimated appropriations that we've budgeted for $4.2 million of investment in our facilities, technology, parks and streets. So, but we still have, with including a anticipated transfer from Measure E at the end of the year, which will be based on actual results, potentially $7.3 million of capital project funding available as other projects become identified. Next slide, please. Debt service. This is pretty much all of our pension obligation bond payment. So a small portion is for an energy efficiency project we undertook a couple of years ago, I guess 2013. But other than that, this just brings all the general fund and special revenue funds together to pay our debt service fund, and then water and our internal service funds pays another portion. Next slide, please. Water operations and water capital. Again, a significant investment in capital projects. As we can see in the water capital fund, $17 million of expenditures there. And then we're using some portion of available resources to move money into the capital fund to make those investments. Next slide, please. So we have a forecast. So we initially, first view of this forecast was with our mid-year budget. So this is an update of that water fund forecast. It does not include any assumptions for the infrastructure study or rate assessment that's currently underway. It'll be updated once we have that information and probably significantly in formatting and for whatever comes from that study. Next slide, please. And here, as you can see, it groups it by rate category, and just kind of highlighted the revenues and expenditures. This first one is the operations fund. As you can see, we meet our 50% reserve policy. Our reserve policy states that we have to have 50% of an operating budget available in the operations fund, and it's just there's a slowly decreasing transfer to the general fund or to the water CIP fund. Next slide, please. Here's the water CIP side. As you can see, fiscal year 23, which is column D, $17 million worth of expenditures. That's $16 million worth of water specific projects. The difference is some portion of streets projects that the water fund will be assisting with. We also have $12 million of projects scheduled or budgeted in 2022. So between those 2 years, we spend most of the reserves. As you can see in the out years, we start getting down to just under $1 million into the hundred thousands. I have no assumptions for the column H, which is fiscal years 26, 27, because that's beyond our 5-year capital plan right now. Next slide, please. Internal service funds. So this is our workers' comp, liability insurance, technology, and vehicles funds. These all provide services internally to the city. So they buy our vehicles, they pay for our annual maintenance on our financial system and other software products. So these charges go out to the other funds, special revenue, general fund, water, and then and get paid back in order to maintain their available reserves. Next slide, please. Capital improvements. Over $28 million of projects budgeted in fiscal year 2023, more than half in water. So $16 million in water. And just as an important note here, these projects, some of them which started in 2022, include multiple assessment projects, facilities, security, water infrastructure / master plan, citywide ERP, land management. I think even we have a space planning assessment. And these will potentially impact years 3 through 5 of the CIP that could result in potentially multi-million-dollar projects and decisions that will need to be made on the results of those assessments and how we implement them. Next slide, please. So it's another reason we are like our 45% reserve in case we need to use that for any of those projects. This is, so we moved on to the still part of the budget, but a secondary part of the presentation, the GAN limit. Basically, we're at 28% of our appropriations limit. The GAN limit just dictates how much we can appropriate in the general fund, and our limit right now is $160 million. I don't think we'll ever be anywhere close, nor have we been in the past. Next slide, please. So these will be available after adoption, the budget in brief and budget by the numbers. I've already started working on them, but once we, if after adoption, these will be included in the water bills and posted to the website. Next slide, please. We got awards. We were successful with our 2-year budget. First one we've done all electronically, and we received both the GFOA and CSMFO or California Society of Municipal Finance Officers Awards. Next slide, please. Investment policy. I'm almost done.
Promise.
Yeah. Well, I may or may not return for the presentation after this item. So we simplified some of our bond language. Basically, if our bond documents dictate how we can invest bond proceeds, we've left that language there. If it's silent, then it's dictated by our investment policy. We updated some of the terminology based on new guidelines. We enhanced some diversification language, basically how much can we invest in one company within the medium-term corporate notes, and just some clarifications on our safekeeping and custody language. Next slide, please. So we've officially reached the end of this one. So we just recommend adopting the budget, adopting the resolution for the budget, the GAN limit, the investment policy, and the one that delegates the authority to the city treasurer. Thank you for your time. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Well, with that, I will go to public comment. Is there anyone that is wishing to speak on this item? And do we have anyone who has joined us by Zoom who would like to speak on this item?
Thank you, Mayor. We received no public comment via the email on this item and no request via the Zoom attendees to give comment or to give
And
testimony.
no speaker
Sorry.
cards either.
No speaker cards at this time.
Okay, seeing none, then I will bring it back to the council then for comments. I know that as soon as you said that had gone live on the website, that Mr. Thompson reached over and clicked on it. So he was very excited. So Mr. Thompson, go for it.
Well, Kyle, this has been, I think, your best year. If there was ever a chance for you to go to a comedy club, I would certainly support you as the premier accountant for bringing laughter to such a boring subject. And as I usually do, I give you a little bit of grief about 43 slides, really, but honestly, this is the best stuff that we'll talk about the entire night. And I'm ready just to move past it, and I'm ready just to go home because this is good stuff. I really do want to say thank you to you, Kyle, the team, for just a great job. You continue to grow, you continue to evolve, and you continue to make this clear. And that's really important because there's such a kind of a jaded view of what a lot of government is. And clearly we're trying to, you know, make that a different thing here. Thank you for the update on our Measure E. It's incredible to think that only a couple of, you know, years ago that the citizens trusted us and chose to keep a portion of their sales tax here.
Mhm.
And I want to say thank you to each and every one, because we thought 5 million, maybe.
Mhm.
You just said it's been 8
Yep.
million. And that portion of that tax has done everything that you have talked about. Police, parks, roads, all kinds of different things that make this city great. And so thank you for breaking it out, talking about it, letting us know that you know, it's being used in a very effective way. Safety net is important. And as we all know, with inflation the way it is, it's nice to have a cookie jar with a little bit of extra in there to compensate when things get tight. And to think that this city is one of 15 within the entire state, AAA bond rating. And I think you said that we're in the top 10% of, you know, cities
Mhm.
within this area that has a cushion like we do. That is something to really take heart in, celebrate that. And Adam, thank you for the leadership that you and your team have enabled us to you know, have here, because that's not a little thing. We haven't done that with a huge staff. We're basically flat. Well, we're down 0.16 to be precise.
Yes.
But basically we're, you know, flat. And it seems like we're doing more with almost less staff, because we're strategic,
Mhm.
we're thinking, we're working smarter. So I could go on, but thank you for an excellent job. And I love this. And when the time comes, Madam Mayor, I would love to move that we accept this. Thank you.
So you hide your money in the cookie jar, not under the mattress? Is that what you just told us? So
Well,
thanks for
I'm
that
trying
heads up.
to avoid cookies. And so if I put money in there, then my wife won't fill it up with stuff I shouldn't have. So, yes.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you. Mr. Alawas.
Thank you. I knew you were going to put those FTEs in there. It's your favorite.
Well, that's true. I watched that.
Kyle, well done. And Marie, thank you very much for your staff. You guys did an amazing job. I know you had to suffer through Mendel and I for about over 5 hours, about 5.5 hours when you gave us our special briefing. And we started off with FTEs, but we landed very well. It's amazing what you folks have done. You continue to improve and extend on the envelope, and you know, you continue at our level, learn of these different funds, and then you kind of move them around on us every now and then. It confuses us a little bit, but you folks did an amazing job. The hard choices that both staff and council has made in the past is paying off in spades right now, and we're sitting in a very good position. So I'm not going to add much more than what Mr. Thompson already said, because we've already spent a lot of time on this issue. Mr. No questions. But I'm in line with approving this straight away. So thank you very, very, very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Friedendall.
Thank you, Kyle and Marie and staff. Fabulous, overwhelming, lots of numbers. Mendel, my cookie jar is a large trash can. It literally is. It looks pretty cute. It takes lots of money. As long as we have checks, we still have money, so we're good. Thank you for the great position you've kept us in. It's very good. And I had questions about the full-time of employees numbers, and you guys did a great job earlier in the week of clarifying what that's doing and the resources and how that's going to benefit us. So congratulations on a job well done, and thank you for the leadership.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Great job, Kyle. I appreciate the fact that you're able to break this down and explain it to us in a way that we can understand, the rest of us, except for Mendel. But I think it's important to point out the fact that we would be having an extremely different conversation tonight if the residents of Glendora had not made the decision to reinvest into our community with Measure E. So I just have to make sure that the residents understand that first, we appreciate that when we heard the message that you're entrusting us with this additional money. And I can assure you that every conversation we have about it, we're being extremely careful with making sure that that money is spent wisely and reinvested back into the community. But great job on the presentation. I do appreciate it. And it was a little entertaining.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kyle, and everyone else that was involved in this. With that, I will close the public hearing and bring it back to the council for a motion.
Madam Mayor, I would love to approve or ask that we approve the recommendations on slide 42 as shown by staff.
I'll second that.
If you will use your screen and make a
Oh,
motion.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. That is a motion by Councilmember Thompson and a second by Councilmember Alawas to approve the recommendations. That is joint resolution. Should I read the whole thing? Not resolutions? Okay. Very long. We will just approve the recommended action. If we can take a vote. Thank you. And that motion carries 5-0.
Thank you very much. All right. And Kyle, you're here all night. All right. Good deal. Takes us to our next public hearing item. A public hearing to consider a resolution establishing and amending the master schedule of fees for service for the fiscal year 2022-2023.
All right.
Declare the public hearing open.
All right. So yeah, we had made a few changes. Most of the changes fall on the line of the making sure we recover third-party costs, that we fully allocated personnel costs, and that we establish cost recovery ratios throughout the various fees. Next slide, please. So not too many updates overall this year. So in administration for the passport fees, we just added language to clarify that the Department of State dictates some of the fee amounts to us. So if they update it, then with that language now, we can just go ahead and update it because we don't have any say in what that Department of State dictates to us. Planning and public works. So in community development fees, they streamlined some of the appeal process, particularly when 2 council members suggest an appeal, they've updated the language there. And then also when an appeal is recommended by the commission. In addition to that, they've streamlined some of the fees where deposits were previously paid, and there would be a little bit back and forth depending on the level of the deposit. Either the developer would owe us more, or we'd refund the developer at the end of their project. They've gone to a flat rate based on a time and motion study. So they've looked at all the positions that touch that process and the amount of time they spend on it, and come up with a flat rate. So now the developers will pay that amount, and that will be it. Whether we spend more or less time than we would have before, on that project, they just pay that flat rate, and that covers the cost of that process. We also streamlined some of our fees related to our tree division. So we eliminated some where removal is in the best interest of the city. We had some fees where if the tree was maybe a health and safety risk, the city still had, charged the resident to go out and take it down, even though it was in our best interest to go do it. So we've just kind of streamlined that to make it a little bit easier on the community to report trees that, may pose a health and safety risk, and really reduce our liability on the back end anyhow. And we also aligned it to just mention whoever the contracted arborist is for the city, that some of those replacement fees or management of the trees will be in line with whatever our arborist costs the city. Public safety updated to language based on the California Penal Code for carried concealed weapons. And community services, we updated our rental fees just to be consistent across the board. We had some where we had booking fees for some rentals, but not for others. And then we just increased some of the usage fees slightly where on those areas where we removed some of the booking fees. Next slide, please. So our next steps will be to post it to the website. The respective departments will update their forms and processes to include the new fees. And then we'll continually evaluate during the year for any change in revenue. And I guess any other fee updates will come back to council. Next slide, please. So our recommendation is that the city council adopt the resolution to adopt the master fee schedule for fiscal year 22-23. That concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. All right, with that, I will ask if there is anyone wishing to speak at public comment.
Thank you, Mayor. At this time, we received no requests via the Zoom participants to give testimony, and we've received no comment cards or emails.
Okay. Seeing none, then I will close public comment and bring it back to the council for comments and questions. Councilmember Friedendahl.
Thank you, Kyle. It's interesting to read if you go through and look at all the fees. There are fees for things just in case they come up. So that's probably smart instead of, oh gee, what do we do after the fact so we don't get into a tough spot? Recognizing they don't always get exercised. So that's probably wise. The fee review for tree service and some of those other things and the cleaning up public works, that's great. That's good community service. So generally recognize that. So I appreciate it and in favor of this. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
No comments. Thank you.
Mr. Thompson.
No, nothing. Excellent job. Thank you.
Mr. Alawas.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, it feels like Christmas, Adam. You know, I have this list, you know, that you follow of our wish list, and there's a competition, kind of an unknown, a friendly competition with Gary and I, who has the most on the list, but it looks like you've taken several off of my list already tonight. So I appreciate that. So thank you, Kyle. You did a great job. Thank you very much for that. I particularly appreciate the adoption of the appeal process for planning, that we don't have to take it out of our own pocket now to appeal something. I appreciate that very much. So thank you.
And with that, I will close the public hearing and bring it back to the council for a motion.
Also move.
I'll second.
Thank you. That is a motion by Councilmember Friedendahl, a second by Councilmember Alawas. I'll request that you vote, but also we'll do a roll call vote for the benefit of the Zoom participants. Councilmember Alawas,
Yes.
Councilmember Friedendahl,
Yes.
Councilmember Thompson,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Boyer,
Yes.
and Mayor Davis.
Yes.
And that passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that takes us to our next public hearing. Item 4, consider introducing for first reading an ordinance amending sections 2.40.010 through 2.40.160 to chapter 2.40 purchasing system of Title II administration and personnel of the Glendora Municipal Code. And Kyle gets a break and we invite Accounting Manager Aguilar to report. Welcome.
Yes, I wish I knew that we were telling jokes today because I'm way more funny than Kyle is.
We believe that.
But good evening, Mayor and City Council members. The item that I'll be presenting tonight is to consider amending the chapter 2.40 of the Glendora Municipal Code, the purchasing system. Next slide, please. In August of 2019, the strategic plan was presented to the public where item 13 IFSS was identified to complete a comprehensive purchasing policy review. And some of the additional objectives that were listed under this item was to just essentially complete an ordinance review, benchmarking dollar approval limits with other various agencies, collaborate with city departments to streamline and identify their principal needs, and to develop other methods to purchase from local vendors where possible. Next slide, please. City staff performed various measures in order to complete the previously mentioned objectives, and we came down to the recommended changes are based off of analyzing the city's procurement function. And we held meetings with every single department to discuss their pain points that are under the current ordinance. And we also analyzed and compiled 15 years of past procurement data, which includes 15 years of purchase order information. And while there are many changes that we are going to recommend, the primary recommended changes are, can be under the following categories of increasing the informal bidding threshold, contract authority, and procurement limits subject to city council approval, adding a section of definitions of terms that are cited throughout the ordinance, and restructuring of the ordinance for better understanding and transparency. Next slide, please. This table, these two comparable tables, is the analysis and compilation of the 15 years of procurement data that we analyzed. And this is just best to illustrate the impact of the recommended increase of the thresholds that I'm presenting right now. The first recommendation is to increase the informal bidding threshold from $1,000 to $2,500. And this isn't, the proposed increase is in line with other San Gabriel Valley cities. And if you notice in the recommended thresholds, it will actually decrease the amount of small dollar amount purchase orders by about 37%. And over the course of 15 years, that's about 4,000 purchase orders that could just very well be efficiently moving forward with city staff. That way they can complete our services that we provide to the public. And moving on to the second recommendation was to increase the contract authority for the city manager and the procurement limit subject to city council approval from $25,000 to $50,000. And the impact of this recommended change would decrease the amount of contracts that would be seen by city council by 35%. However, as illustrated on the table, the city council would still provide 94% of the oversight based off the total dollar amounts that are introduced. The last time a threshold amendment was proposed was back in 1998. And as we all know that inflation is on the rise in the past 40 years, CPI since 1998 has almost doubled. And so $25,000 back in 1998 is now worth almost $45,000 today. Next slide, please. The last amount of primary changes that we're recommending is just structure and transparency. This is for better understanding. We're adding a complete new section of definitions, and as definitions are cited throughout the entire ordinance, it's really there to just provide clarity and control of the terms that we're introducing. Other multiple sections were added to provide more concise and clear language, and those sections are also procurement of goods, services, and acquisition of construction. And those were added strictly based off of how they have their own individual procurement needs and requirements. Next slide, please. And at this time, we would just like to recommend that council approve moving forward with the amendment of Chapter 2.40 of the Municipal Code.
Thank you. Thank you very much. With that, I will go to public comment. Do we have anyone who is wishing to speak on this item?
Thank you, Mayor. We received no request via the Zoom participants to give testimony, no emails or comment cards at this time.
Okay, thank you. Then I will close public comment and bring you back to the council for comments. Councilmember Alawas.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Brittany, for your report. As we talked earlier today, can you give us some more information on other cities with their city managers, what their limit of spending right now? We're at 25,000 per, and you're anticipating going to, or requesting going to $50,000 per. What's the census out there for other cities around us?
Actually, yes, we compiled a list of local cities as well as cities within the similar population range of Glendora. And one of the most neighboring cities is San Dimas, who is currently at $50,000 right now. Some other ones that we can cite are Placentia just recently moved last year to $40,000. And there are some other cities such as Azusa, Beaumont, and Brea that are still at $25,000. I can go on if you'd like.
All right, that's right. You did your homework. Also, we talked earlier about if this changes, you're going from $1,000 to $2,500 under section 2.4.07. I'm raising the amount of purchases, and that does not affect the P cards or the credit cards for employees.
We did revisit the CalCard policy, and the CalCard policy does follow the purchasing guidelines. So while we are increasing it from $1,000 to $2,500 with the current CalCard policy in standing right now, it would follow the $2,500. So if we would like to revisit it and revise it to maintain it at the $1,000, we can do so. But as of right now, as it stands, without any revision, it would follow the $2,500 remark
Does increase currently from the 1,000.
currently, but without, like I said, any revision. And, we're still going to encourage the departments to maintain the use of the P card, Cal card for emergency uses only.
So currently, right now, you're trying to go towards master purchase orders with different locations.
Yes, we always encourage the departments, if there is either a local store or even a major box store such as Office Depot, we encourage them to open up an open purchase order. That way, in case of emergency, we would have that ready and they could just invoice us rather than doing so immediately.
Okay. I have a last question. I know this is probably slated for Mendor or not, but page 174 under 2.4, 0.07, it says city council. Like I'm giving you a time there.
Can you provide a little more reference for what that
I
section
don't
says?
have it. I didn't bring the document here, but it basically says, I'm gathering that there's no interference from city council or something. The staff can't talk to council about certain items.
What's the subsection you're referring to? That page doesn't mean anything.
Well, it's under 174 of the staff report.
What's the code section you're on page 174?
2.4,
Okay.
0.070. I forgot to mention that earlier.
No.
It's the last, I believe it's the last paragraph on page 174. Last sentence, last paragraph.
Oh. This relates to the purchaser talking to council members ahead of time.
Yes. Is that something that's new? It's always been there.
It's always been there. This just implicitly stated. It's for the reason why we don't have individuals go to city council and ask for their approval before a bid comes in or ask for additional information.
We wouldn't have that authority anyway, so.
Conflict of interest, you wouldn't even be involved. It's a staff related procedure. It's just implicitly stated. So if someone asks, we point to it and say in the municipal code, you don't talk to the city council about a specific bid when it comes in.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Brittany.
It's about time. Honestly, that's true. Thank you for your excellent report. I hark back to what I said just a bit ago, that we're working smarter in a more thoughtful way, a strategic way, and you are showing this. Your team is showing this. So thank you, and I support this. Thank you.
Mr. Boyer,
No questions or comments. Great report. Thank you.
Mr. Friedendahl.
Thank you, Brittany. And our purchasing process overall, do we seek out vendors that offer net terms like a 2% discount in payment in certain time, short days or things? And do we exercise that opportunity if it comes before us?
We have noticed that some, albeit very few, that across our table that have offered discounts within the net terms. In terms of seeking them out, I don't believe we have, but it's also, that's advantageous in terms of going out for informal bidding and going out for those 3 written quotations that could play a part in selection of that specific vendor.
Oh, okay, anywhere to save is
Yeah.
always a good opportunity. So thank you, and thanks for the hard work. It's great.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, with that, I will close the public hearing and open it up for motion.
I'll move the item.
Second.
Thank you. That is a motion by Councilmember Alawas, a second by Councilmember Boyer. I will open for a vote and then do a roll call.
Excuse me, that was a second by Mendel.
Sorry, second by Councilmember Thompson. Thank you. Councilmember Alawas,
Yes.
Councilmember Friedendahl,
Yes.
Councilmember Thompson,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Boyer,
Yes.
and Mayor Davis.
Yes.
That passes 5-0. Thank you.
And just to
Right.
confirm, this will be waiving the full reading and reading by title only and introducing ordinance 2069 entitled an ordinance of the city council amending sections 2.40.010 through 2.40.160 to chapter 2.4 purchasing systems of Title II administrative and personnel of the city of the Glendora Municipal Code.
Thank you. All right, that takes us to our consent calendar. Items on the consent calendar can be approved with one motion unless anyone wishes to pull any of those items. Does anyone wish to make a motion
move-
for items 5 through 7?
I move items 5 through 7 on the consent calendar.
I'll second that.
Thank you. That is a motion. Motion by Councilmember Alawasa, second by Councilmember Friedendahl. I'll do a roll call vote. One more. Councilmember Alawasa, if you can use the on-base voting. There you go. Thank you. Councilmember Alawasa.
Yes.
Councilmember Friedendahl.
Yes.
Councilmember Thompson.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Boyer.
Yes.
And Mayor Davis.
Yes,
That passes 5-0. Thank you.
thank you. All right, tonight, member agenda items, we have none. Unfinished business, we have none. That takes us to new business. Item 8, business license customer service improvements. Identify potential administrative changes to the existing ordinance and approve amendment number 2 to the contract. And tonight, senior accounting technicians, you get to report. Welcome.
I'm the third finance division person here tonight, and I wish I could say I was as funny, but I'm not, so I'll just dive right into it. Good evening, Madam Mayor and Councilman. Tonight, I will be providing an update on recent customer service efforts to improve business license processing, as well as potential administrative services to the existing business license ordinance. Next slide, please. Just a brief background, which most of us have heard numerous times. The city first went into contract with HDL in March of 2017. The 3-year contract was approved to include 2 one-year contract extension options, outlining the business license and transient occupancy tax administration services that would be provided. These services included, but are not limited to, new account renewal and payment processing, as well as online filing, excuse me, business support center availability, monthly and annual reporting, as well as a number of local tax compliance and consulting services. Since the inception of the contract, HGL has provided these services, offering Glendora business owners a number of resources to assist in successfully expediting their business license. Their scope of service and expertise has proven to be beneficial in lieu of a seasoned in-house business licensing team, which the city currently does not staff. On December 8th, 2020, council approved the extension of the agreement until the originally stated termination date. Next slide, please. Just furthermore background, just on some numbers that we've kind of put together from 2021. In 2021, the city generated nearly $500,000 in business license revenue. This amount is comprised of collected business license tax as well as application fees. Taxes accounting for about 80% of this amount, and application fees roughly 20% of the remaining amount. Give or take 5% year to year, it's been pretty consistent. Business license tax and fees are general fund revenue and is used to support a variety of city services, as well as maintain the quality and equity of the Glendora community. To collect these taxes and fees, HGL assesses their monthly fee based off of the number of accounts processed for that month in accordance with our contract. This past May, HGL processed 5 TOT accounts, which they do every month, 63 new accounts, and mailed renewals that numbered in 319, as well as provided STR compliance and discovery services for the city. In 2021, the city paid HGL $72,527 to collect $485,000 in general fund revenue. So about 15% of what we collected is what we paid HGL last year. So I'm sorry, next slide. So an overview, a quick overview of what I'll be discussing, customer service improvements that we've made. I'm also going to be going over administrative changes to the city's business license ordinance, as well as propose a renewal of the HDL contract. Next slide, please. Over the course of this year and the latter part of last year, the city has worked towards improving customer service as it relates to the business license experience. by identifying and improving existing inefficiencies as they are brought forward to the city. This has been achieved by developing a better working partnership with HDL, as well as researching concerns of homeowners, stakeholders, and residents in Glendora. And lastly, evaluating our own internal processes and interdepartmental communication within the city. And next slide, please. So our overall goal when diving into this customer service effort was to implement changes that would make it simple and easier to attain and issue a business license in the city of Glendora. Highlighting some of the key customer service improvements that have been made. Externally, the city has worked with HDL to rearrange and restate the customer service prompts that they receive when they call the customer service number. This also includes the option to leave a callback number if should they not want to remain on hold. They can leave their number and they can get a call back pretty promptly. Should someone come into City Hall requiring assistance, there is a business license liaison, which is myself, available in the finance division. Some internal improvements that we've made. City staff holds regular bi-weekly meetings with HDL staff to review pending licenses and discuss any open items or concerns. HDL utilizes a portal to review pending applications that are pending city approval. So once it gets to the city for approval, we do have access to a portal as well as all of our line departments. So the finance division has communicated with city line departments to ensure that anyone that reviews a business license has immediate access to this portal. The city has also switched from a perpetual approval process to a concurrent one. This allows all departments to view pending applications at once rather than having to wait for them to enter their queue. So it makes it a lot easier and more efficient. They're no longer waiting for other departments to approve. We've also developed multiple workflows specific to business type, and this has also helped speed up the process as well. Next slide, please. So I have a few of them there, and I know it's very small, but we do have the process from the inception of a business license, and it's the whole process that it goes through to get expedited. So first, the city became aware of a couple of instances where pending business licenses were being held up with the city for long periods of time. After educating ourselves on current procedures and requirements of HDL and city departments, the finance division identified that licenses were sitting in department queues for much longer than we would have liked for review. To resolve this, city departments worked in conjunction with HDL to identify the different business license categories. And from there, we've created workflows specific to those categorical requirements. Because of this and extensive internal communication cleanup, we've seen a significant decrease in the elapsed time of business licenses. Next slide, please. In alignment with the strategic plan item 33-EMO of the city's 2020 strategic plan, the finance department has worked with HDL to identify administrative changes that can be made without conflicting with Prop 218 and outside of an election. I'll highlight a few of the codes we're looking to review. Please note they are not fully stated on the slide, but they are listed in depth on the staff report. The first being 5.04.090, which prevents the issuance of a business license where a permit is required. Second being 5.05.060, which calls out exemptions to business license tax. For example, we had an issue with charities, not sure if they're exempt from fees and taxes, so we'll be taking a look at that, as well as other business types where taxes and fees may be exempt according to the current language. Third would be 5.08.050, failure to pay. This section establishes penalty rates and administrative recovery costs for non-payment. I'd like to also note that the city currently has has all authority to waive erroneous penalties contested by a business owner, as it is not currently included in the current ordinance. Modifying these codes would eliminate regulatory burden on business tax and create a more explicitly stated business license ordinance. Next slide, please. Lastly, the city would like to take a look at a few additions that, again, do not increase taxes, but rather refine administrative procedures that are currently in place. The first would be a code to include statements and records verbiage, essentially giving the city the authority to request documents to substantiate gross income from the previous year if need be. The second would be to add language that works in an annual automatic inflation and deflation adjustment for fees according to the most recent consumer price index, which Brittany also mentioned earlier, is very outdated. Not having been updated since the late 1970s, the city's municipal code is in many ways very generally written, outdated, and does not fully capture the types of businesses that exist today in Glendora. Revising the mentioned codes would make for more equitable business in Glendora and scratch the surface of the city's ongoing efforts to modernize the business tax license municipal code. Next slide, please. So at this time, it is our recommendation that the city council receives the internal and external customer service improvements made related to business licensing, approve further review of the presented administrative policy changes to the current business license ordinance to be revisited at a future council meeting. Also to approve amendment number 2 of the HDL contract for a 3-year term with 2 one-year extension options. Also, it is not written on the slide, but I believe it is included in the staff report to authorize the city manager or his designee to execute the amendment and future contract extensions, including minimal changes. That does include my presentation. I did want to inform you guys that we do have 2 representatives from HDL, Sheila Farias, who is our client service manager, as well as Connor Duckworth, who is the client advisor at HDL. So at this time, they will be available for any questions that you may have, as well as myself.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Friedendahl.
Hi, thank you very much. I certainly enjoy getting reports that share information about our business licenses and TOT and things that HDL provides on a monthly basis. That's very good. But more important, I'm appreciating the continuing partnership, but I value the fact that we're looking at how are we doing together and are we giving the customer our best presentation? You know, I'm a computer dummy, so it needs to hold my hand, carry me through, walk me through point A to point B and not get me lost. And I've heard that some of our previous experiences with businesses have stumbled through that a little bit. So the fact that we're looking to make that David friendly would be very good. And I applaud that continuing support to always be on the improving side. So thank you.
Councilmember Alawas.
Thank you, Mayor. Alicia, nice report. Thank you very much. You know, everyone knows that I'm not been a fan of outsourcing this, but Alicia, you know, and Maria particularly, you've done a great job in addressing many of my concerns and trying to clean this up. Again, an old ordinance, and I really appreciate it. You mentioned about the parallel processing of the product or the business license. Can you have an idea of how much time that has shaved off the process for the applicant?
So from applicant to applicant, I don't have a number at this time to provide you, but I do know that we went from a very skewed elapsed time. Again, some of these were sitting for quite some time, much longer than we would have liked, but we went from roughly 25 days elapsed to about 3 to 5.
Wow.
So that is something we are monitoring regularly. And if it's hitting 2 to 3 days, we're on it and we're getting in touch with the line department to see what's going on with it. And when I say we, I mean the finance department. So we are keeping a pretty close eye on these business licenses as they do get to the city.
So also you implied that the city manager as designee can possibly eliminate fees if they're erroneous or there's a mistake?
Yes.
That's not necessarily in here, it's just implied.
It is not explicitly stated in the ordinance at this time, no.
It is implied, so
Yes.
now it's on the record. Last question is, there's going to be someone at the desk that can help the applicants come through and navigate if possible?
Yes, everyone at the front desk in the finance department are equipped with the phone prompts, a ways to get into touch with HDL and have direct access to me if need be.
So you're the gal.
I'm the gal.
Great, thank you.
You're
No more
welcome.
questions.
Councilmember Thompson.
I'm happy to hear that things are starting to move up. I've been concerned about a process which I think both of us have really leaned into and fixed and are in the process of, getting fixed. But service is the most important thing. And I'm hearing and sensing that is moving upward. I like the fact that we're talking when I say we, and because that's the only way it's going to get done. So excellent job. and hope that we can continue to, see this move up. So thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thanks. Great report. And I like the improvements, but I do have a question. I don't know if I misunderstood previous conversations or the report. Were the changes made to the charities for the waiving of the business license fees?
So there were no changes made at this time. We're just bringing it forward today to get approved to bring back at a later council meeting.
Okay.
So no changes were made. This is just
Okay, but
introducing.
that is still in the works.
We're still going to review that, yes.
Okay, perfect. That's the only question I had. Thank you.
Yeah, I would just add to that. I think one of the things we talked about is waiver of the business license, but the fee still attached. So when we say free, it'll be free. We'll make sure that is transpired. And I think that's kind of what you're referring to. So for the record, for everyone out there, when we say free, it's actually going to be free. So we'll make sure that happens.
Correct.
Thank you. Thank you again for your report. And with that, I will entertain a motion.
I'll move the recommended changes.
I will second that.
Thank you. That is a motion by Councilmember Alawas, a second by Councilmember Friedendahl. I will open up the vote and do a roll call. Councilmember Alawas?
Yes.
Councilmember Friedendahl?
Yes.
Councilmember Thompson?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Boyer?
Yes.
And Mayor Davis?
Yes.
And that carries 5-0. Thank you.
All right. Very good. Thank you. That takes us to item 9. Consideration of a resolution approving a successor tentative agreement between the City of Glendora and the Glendora Police Officers Association for a 3-year term from July 1, 2022 through July 30th, 2025. And tonight to present that is the amazing Christy Giannoni. Welcome.
I feel like we all feel obligated after Kyle to say something about not being funny. But I think when HR comes up, it's implied that it won't be funny. So go ahead. I think I'm the last of our admin services team. So again, good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. We're before you tonight to request approval of a successor memorandum of understanding between the Glendora Police Officers Association and the city. In compliance with the Myers-Milius-Brown Act, members of the negotiating team with both the city and the POA had our first meeting on March 23rd. And by May 23rd, the POA had accepted the proposed terms of a tentative agreement negotiated by both parties. This tentative agreement will be for a 3-year contract term from July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2025. A summary of the modification to the terms and conditions of employment negotiated with the POA and ratified by their membership are as follows. Again, a 3-year contract term beginning July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2025. 3 cost of living adjustments throughout the term of the contract, with 5% in year 1, 4% in year 2, and 4% in year 3. Additionally, an increase from $1,400 to $1,700 in flexible benefit amount to be used toward the cost of medical and other benefit premiums. The last increase the POA received for their flexible benefits was back in 2018. This increase is in recognition of the increased costs of medical premiums that we have seen over the last 3 years. As an example, an employee who has selected a Kaiser family plan with family dental and vision would be facing a total benefit cost of around $2,000 today. 3 years ago, these same selections would have cost close to $1,700. Any cash out provisions established in the previous MOU will remain the same, with members hired before January 1st, 2018, eligible to cash out up to $930, and members hired after January 1st, 2018, unable to convert any remaining flexible benefit dollars to cash. The parties have also agreed to an increase in longevity pay, benefits for currently employed members who have completed regular, continuous full-time years of service with the city as follows. Those with 5 to 9 years of service to receive $200 per month, 10 to 14 years of service to receive $300 per month, and 15 or more years of service to receive $400 per month. It is our hope that the longevity pay will help the city retain competent and trained Glendora police officers and establish stability within the workforce. These increased benefits will cover the current membership of 6 corporals and 31 police officers, as well as the incoming recruits who will fill the current 7 vacancies, And for anybody watching at home, we are currently hiring. So we have a police officer trainee lateral academy trained. All the details can be found at the City of Glendora job page. All right, just add that in, Chief. If you've heard. So this concludes my presentation for tonight. Again, we'd be happy to answer any questions that you have about the tentative agreement.
Thank you very much. All right, to Mayor Pro Tem.
No, kudos to everybody involved in this negotiation. It's this went a lot smoother than it has in the past, and we really appreciate that. Again, with what our officers deal with every day on a day in and day out basis, everything is deserving. It is a shame that health insurance costs has gotten so ridiculous. It's more than doubled in the last 10 years. And, you know, at some point, we have to start getting smarter about that. But, you know, unfortunately, things have happened that have driven that cost up. So, but no, I appreciate the effort. Great presentation.
Mr. Friedendahl.
Thank you, Christy, and I applaud the Police Officers Association for their work and for their willingness to partner up and to come to an easy agreement. So it may not have been easy, but it seems very fair, and I appreciate their efforts and management's efforts to work with them and keep our team intact. So thank you all.
Mr. Alawas.
Thank you, Mayor. Great presentation. You know, I don't know if anyone, I don't think any of us want to be a police officer. There's a lot of stress. I remember going through the System Academy and holding those water guns and having someone pop out and getting the life scared out of you. So, I mean, I would not want that stress in my life. So you guys did an amazing job. Our police officers deserve it. They do a great job every day protecting all of our citizens. I know that our citizens really appreciate them. One of the rare cities, I think, that they have that. I think the chief kind of toned to that. That our folks really like the job that the police department does, and they feel comfortable and safe. So I will support this. Thank you.
Mr. Thompson.
I would echo everything that's been said. I really do appreciate the team spirit that has been shown by each side. Police have a incredibly hard job, and I hope that each of them know that we support them, that we appreciate the excellent job which they do. And thank you, Chief, for the outstanding job that you and your team do in being able to lead them and mentor them and keep them safe. So thank you.
Thank you. I echo all those comments and ask for a motion.
I'll move the motion for the agreement.
Second.
Thank you. That is a motion by Councilmember Alawas, a second by Councilmember Thompson. I'll request a vote and do a roll call. That is to adopt, City Council Resolution CC 2022-29 entitled "A Resolution of the City Council of the City of Glendora, California, approving a 2025 Memorandum of Understanding MOU with the Glendora Police Officers Association." I'll take a roll call vote. Councilmember Alawas.
Yes.
Councilmember Friedendahl.
Yes.
Councilmember Thompson.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Boyer.
Yes.
And Mayor Davis.
Yes.
That passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you, Christy. All right, that takes us to item 10, consideration of resolutions relating to the Levia fiscal year 2022-23 assessment in connection with the Streetlight Maintenance District number 1. And tonight, welcome Landscape Contract Supervisor Andrea Miller.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and good evening, Council. I'm here tonight to provide annual report on the Streetlight Maintenance District number 1. This is the first step in required process to renew the assessment tax that is collected for the Streetlight District. The district includes 2,996 public streetlights, with 2,744 owned by Edison and 252 owned by the city. Private streetlights, such as those owned by homeowners associations with gated communities, public streetlights that are obsolete and no longer in service, like the antique streetlights, public safety lights positioned atop the traffic signals or traffic signals themselves are not funded as part of the district. As approved by the property owners in July 2006, the maximum assessment rate may increase each fiscal year based on the annual change in the CPI during the preceding year. The CPI for the month of March 2022 is determined as 306.679, while the CPI for the month of March 2021 was 282.648. This resulted in an increase of 8.502%. Next slide, please. This slide. Okay. Parcels within the district are divided into two different benefit zones. Benefit Zone B, which includes parcels within gated communities that are served by no public lighting other than the perimeter lighting, and then Benefit A, which includes all the other parcels in the district. Here's a snapshot of the levy rate change from the prior year to the proposed rate for this year upcoming. More information will be found in the engineer's report. Next slide, please. The total cost for servicing and maintaining streetlights, safety lights, and traffic signals throughout the city is expected to be $671,726. A portion of this is for the general benefit of the entire city and is therefore paid from the general fund and the gas tax revenues. Only special benefits may be funded by the Streetlight Assessment Fund. Next slide. In order to submit the assessments to the county for placement on the property tax bills, the city is required by law to follow certain steps, including the adoption of 3 resolutions at the time for fiscal year 22-23. Additionally, a public hearing is required and will be conducted at the June 28th City Council meeting. So tonight, staff presents 3 resolutions. The first, initiating proceedings for the annual assessment levy. The second, stating the intention to levy the assessments. And the third, approving the preliminary engineer's report. That concludes my report. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Councilmember Alawas.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for your report. Just one question, and I don't know who can answer this. If we had not gone to the LED system, would these assessments and levies be different?
It would cause us to eat more of the city's cost essentially. So not necessarily the cost would be different. We would just pay more out of pocket.
So it would have cost us more money.
Correct.
Somebody. Thank you. It's all the questions I have.
Okay. Mr. Thompson.
Thank you for another excellent report. You make a complicated thing an easy thing to understand between the lights, the landscape, and everything else that you do. So I support this and thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
No questions or comments. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. Friedendahl.
Thank you. I had a question and it was a follow-up to the LED question in our packet information. It talked about several types of bulbs, but LED was not listed. It'd be interesting to know with the conversion to streetlights, how many that really equates to and what that cost savings might have been. Obviously, the assessment is what it is, but can we hope that the assessment is valued on the fact that we do have LED lighting through a great proportion of our district?
I would say yes.
I can find that number for you.
That's fair. Thank you.
All right, very good. Thank you. With that, I will entertain a motion.
Also move.
Second.
Thank you. That was a motion by,
Beat me to it. That's okay.
is it a motion by Councilmember Friedendahl, a second by Mayor Pro Tem
No,
Davis?
by the mayor.
Thank you. I will open up the vote and do a roll call. Councilmember Alawas.
Yes.
Councilmember Friedendahl,
Yes.
Councilmember Thompson,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Boyer,
Yes.
and Mayor Davis.
Yes,
That passes 5-0. Thank you.
thank you. All right, that takes
If I
us.
can, Mayor, just really quick
Yes,
to answer
sir.
that question. In the presentation we made January 28th of 2020, we indicated the annual savings for replacement of 2,744 streetlights with LED streetlights. The net savings was $19,800 a year because we have to pay back the actual costs. After 20 years, the annual savings will be greater than $66,000 a year.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's what I was going to say.
You gotta love that search there.
Can you change that into cents? So their assessment?
Why not?
That takes us to item 11, consideration of a resolution relating to the levy of fiscal year 2022, 2023 assessment in connection with the landscape maintenance district number 1. Thank you, Ms. Mill.
Thank you again, Madam Mayor, and good evening, City Council. I'm here tonight to provide the annual report on the Landscape Maintenance District number 1. This again is the first step in the required process to renew the assessment tax that is collected within the 7 zones currently being maintained by the city. The 1972 Act permitted the establishment of assessment districts by agencies for the purpose of providing certain public improvements. The Act requires that the cost of these improvements be levied according to benefits rather than assessed value. The tax provides a funding source for the continued operation and maintenance of the landscape improvements within the various zones of benefit for the upcoming fiscal year. The district is made up of the following 7 zones. As adopted by the City Council through resolution, the maximum authorized assessment rate for the 6 of the 7 zones may be adjusted annually as high as the ratio between the prior year's March CPI and the current year's March CPI, but not to exceed 5%. The CPI from March 21st to March 22nd years is equal to 8.50, but since the district is limited to 5% increase, this is what is used as the assessment rate for the 6 zones in the CPI adjustment. Next slide, please. Here's a snapshot of the prior year's levy rates and the proposed rates for the upcoming fiscal year, with increases ranging from $1.79 to $23.07. And again, a more detailed explanation is covered in the engineer's report. Next slide. This slide includes the annual estimated cost per zone. That cost is divided equally among the number of parcels within the zone to determine the annual cost of EBU or single-family homes. Next slide, please. So our recommendation, in order to submit the assessments to the county for placement on the property tax bill, the city is required to, again, follow laws to certain steps, including the adoption of 3 resolutions at this time for fiscal year 22-23. Additionally, a public hearing will also be required and will be conducted on June 28th at the City Council meeting. So tonight, staff presents 3 resolutions. The first, initiating proceedings for the annual assessment levy. The second, stating its intention to levy the assessment. And the third, approving the preliminary engineer's report. I also wanted to include that at the February 22nd meeting, City Council voted to approve conducting a new balloting proceedings for the zones that have been detached to potentially rejoin the district. This balloting process would coincide with the timeline for the fiscal year 2023-2024 annual levy process, and ballots being mailed in the spring of 2023. That concludes my report. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Thompson.
Nothing more. You've done a great job. I support this. Thank you.
Councilmember Friedendahl.
Thank you, Andrea. I support this also, but I have some real challenge with the process for the 5 districts that are not participating, and they're continuing to just ignore how they look. And it's disappointing. It'll be a whole year plus before we get some direction and resolution on those 5 districts. So I'm wondering, can we initiate a code enforcement activity on the homeowners that choose to ignore it? Since we can't ignore it when we drive by it, can we come up with some plan to initiate, if they don't want it to be done, they don't want to do it themselves, something needs to happen, because frankly, I think the rest of us shouldn't have to look at their laziness.
You'll have to drive a different route.
Councilman, I
Well,
would
yeah,
only, yeah.
I try to, if I can get through Foothill and Grand, I'll try another route. But
Councilman, I would offer that the cities will be more actively engaged in those areas as we have been throughout the cycles, and hopefully that corresponds with the August start to the outreach in those areas.
Councilmember Alawas.
Thank you. I would kind of echo some of what David said, but I think some of those areas are actually fire hazards. They have some dead trees and it's pretty bad shape. So I don't know if the fire department needs to be involved with that or not. I just have one question. Thank you for your report. Is a reconciliation on page 363, estimated levy versus cost deficit Are we saying in this report that the city is actually picking up over $7,000 of the cost? For private
Yes,
property maintenance?
potentially. However, there will be some changes with the final engineer's report.
So, but currently though, we're slated to pick up $7,600 worth of
Yes.
cost per year.
Yes.
Why?
Cost increases.
But this is private property, right?
So you're limited to the CPI increases that you can have historically. That is what the city put into place years and years and years ago. So staff doesn't get to make the determination to arbitrarily increase it to whatever amount they want to. They have to stay within the confines. Here, we have a rare instance where CPI exceeds the maximum cap that it could be increased to. And so while some areas are 100% cost recovery, others are not. This is actually the same challenge the city had when it went into the elections to increase costs 5 years ago now, and 5 of them failed. So a very similar process where costs continue to escalate greater than the city's ability to recover costs.
On some of those situations, if I remember correctly, we reduced some of the services to reduce some of the costs. Is that possible in any of these?
I think as you just heard, staff will take a look at different options to reduce costs in those areas.
So it's a possibility of eliminating that?
Yes.
Thank you.
Reducing it.
Mayor Pro Tem.
No comments or questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Then I will entertain a motion.
Also move.
I'll second.
Thank you. That is a motion by Councilmember Friedendahl, a second by Councilmember Alawas. I will take a roll call vote. Councilmember Alawas,
Yes.
Councilmember Friedendahl,
Yes.
Councilmember Thompson,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Boyer,
Yes.
and Mayor Davis.
Yes.
That passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that takes us to item 12, discuss and approve the creation of an ad hoc antique streetlight citizens advisory panel. Public Works Director Allison Sweet, welcome.
And Mayor, I am in a position that I need to recuse myself from this discussion as I own property within 500 feet of the historic district. And the relighting of these will definitely make a difference in property values in the area. So I'll recuse myself for this item. It's the last item of the night. Can I go home?
Negative, sir.
Okay.
We share this together. So thank you, Ms. Sweet.
All right, thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. So we are here tonight to discuss setting up the ad hoc committee for the antique street lights, the Citizens Advisory Panel. Next slide, please. So, oh God, I can barely read these. So we're following a similar advisory committee that we've had recently. And the mission and purpose of this is to engage the residents in a dialogue to better determine the interest and feasibility of the antique street lights. And then also potential support to creation of a antique streetlight maintenance district. As on the previous one, there was a panel of 11, which is made up of residents that are eligible to apply the likelihood of any general benefit for the restoration, and also preference to property owners of parcels on blocks with the antique streetlights, and then a mix of owners of diverse property types, including single-family residential, multiple family residential, and non-residential and undeveloped, which would see benefits. The appointment process would be to have each council member appoint 1 member to the panel, and then the remaining 6 of the public at large, and select similar commission or board appointment process. And the council would appoint a chair and a vice chair to the ad hoc committee. And the duration of this ad hoc committee would report any findings and recommendations to the city council no later than December 13th, 2022 city council meeting. And There would be a lead liaison staff, and at this time, we're recommending the person would be the Public Works Director, who is me. Next slide, please. And so this is just to open up the discussion and approve the creation of the ad hoc Antique Streetlights Citizens Advisory Committee, or panel, sorry.
Thank you. Councilmember Friedendahl.
Thank you, Allison. This has been a long running discussion of what to do with our historic streetlights. So this is good to engage the community involved. I would like to add one charge to their task. If they can't come up with a sellable program to the people that look at the lights and have them in their properties, they need to come up with also a recommendation of what to do with the lights if we're not going to restore them. Either fix it or finish it, something, but to drag this on and not come up with a solution in one direction or the other, I think would be a shame. We need to come up with a solution. So, thank you.
Councilmember Thompson.
I would endorse what David has just said. The only other thing that I would add is that I think, and maybe it's implied, but preference doesn't imply what I'm about to say. And that is that I think that everybody that's on this should live or own property within the area. Even those that the one that we appoint need to own that. And I don't see it in here specifically like that, but I think we all concur with that thought, but I would like to make sure that it's clear that people that are serving on this either own or live within that, area, because they're going to be the ones that are assessed.
So council member, if I can, staff actually came back with a possible policy option for the council to appoint people that do not live in the area. The discussion on the evening when we talked about the project include potentially members from the Historic Society that may have an active interest in being a part of the conversation. So if that is the prevailing case amongst the 4 council members left in tonight's conversation, as we prepare the final requirements for the program, we would include that. But it's currently stated that is not an implied requirement, although staff urges that a high number of those individuals definitely live within the area.
I don't feel at this point that I can support that, because I think they're, they have a, interest, but they're not going to be the ones paying that bill. So I would stick with what I just said. Now, maybe if it's 1 or 2, I might bend, but well, I'm just saying what I think.
Yeah, we will follow council's lead on whatever policy the council would like to come up with. And I just would add one point of conversation. When we drafted this item, we did not consider the fact that there could be a conflict of interest amongst a council member for the process. So it could be that there's 4 appointments, or however that process works. We would just ask that you may want to wrap that into any recommendations for staff, and we'll come back with the final policy.
Yeah, thank you.
Councilmember Alawas.
Thank you. Thank you for teeing that up for me. I appreciate that. My recommendation was to add one or the 11th person or entity to be the Historic Society, put the context in this. And I would agree that no one from the outside in that district should be part of this. I believe, is there something like close to, is it 200 or 400 homes that are within that district that you've identified?
I'd have to go back and look at the parcel, but it's more than 200 parcels or units of individuals that would vote, right? So it's property owners. If you're a renter in the area, you wouldn't vote. It would be the owner of the property that would have the opportunity to vote. So I think staff's proposed 11 people, if 10 of which must live in the district or own property in the district. I don't think there's any concern from staff on that front.
I would concur that you have to own property within a district outside that one entity or group such as the Historic Society to put context in this, to work also with staff on that, since we can't be on there providing that information. I would like that. So also the deadline is when, December what, that they have to come up with some sort of an answer for us? Because we have a deadline with 13th. The 13th.
Yeah, so as soon as we had the program requirements tonight, we would come up with a messaging campaign. We would go place mailers on doors. We could send out a mailer. We can publish on social media. So we would undertake that quickly to get that interest list.
And we also have a hard line for the Caltrans funds for the $1.5 million, correct?
A hard line for the funding agreement. Moises, do you happen to know the timeline by chance?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. We received word from Caltrans late last week that we will be required to submit an agreement for the funding that was set aside for the city of Glendora. That paperwork needs to be completed by June 25th, which is not enough time to bring it back to you, and we could not amend our existing agenda. So at the staff level, we will fill out that paperwork, sign it. We will then come back to you on the 28th with a presentation as to what all those documents entail. But the timeline to expend the money, I believe, is through 2024.
Oh, through 2024. Okay, great. So you don't have the paperwork yet from Caltrans?
We do. We had to revise it. They're reviewing the revised document. They're going to send it back. Then we'll have to wet sign it to send it back to them again.
All in a day's job.
Yes.
Okay, so Allison, so and Adam, when this comes back and you put this all together as a scope of work to be done, will we get a look at that at all, or?
So the direction we had the last time was to complete the engineering drawings, to come back with those several items that will come back for city council for consideration. In addition to this group, which their goal, is to help sell if there's a lighting assessment to pay for some of the ongoing maintenance, to look at capital costs. So we have to get final design. We need to go out to bid. We need to identify all the different funding options. That still all has to happen, but the scope of the project, the color of the lights, all the different add-ons, that will come back to the city council prior to going out to bid.
Well, as far as the scope for the ad hoc committee, when will that come to us? Will that go straight to the ad hoc?
Yeah, when we come for appointees, we can definitely clarify the scope based on this evening's discussion.
Us or to the ad hoc committee?
The ad hoc committee's sort of scope or sphere of influence, or what you want them to look at, we can definitely, based on tonight's conversation, come back with any changes to what's included in staff's presentation.
So do we have to arm wrestle for Gary's vote for his appointee?
City council could just vote on the other 7 remaining at large or 6 remaining.
Yeah, I think that we don't need to worry about that. I think that we could just have 4 appointees, and I think that's sufficient. And I would concur with both Mr. Thompson's comment to have people that are part of this. If we're going to do this, then have it be people that have skin in the game, and also to have some conclusion at the end. If it's decided that people don't want to pay for the assessment district, then have the option so that we can have some conclusion to this conversation, because this has been a long time in the making.
So what conclusion are we going to arrive to? Or the ad hoc committee is going to arrive to saying that folks don't want to? Are we going to have some sort of a survey, or is it just going to be a feeling?
I think for the assessment district, you have to have a vote. Prop 218.
We also said that we would, as part of the items, would come back to city council. We said we would engage the landscape assessment engineer, which would have the ability to do a survey similar to what we did on the Sierra Madre landscape district. So staff would undertake this process. I think the part of the ad hoc committee was really the council's a desire to get feedback out, to the community and involve those, and, with the discussion that has the ability to talk to their neighbors and have a discussion that staff may not be able to have at that level. So this group is really your grassroots effort trying to drum up the support necessary. It could be, though, that the group decides otherwise, which creates potentially or lends to some credence. Say we get a vote back that there's no support, then at least council has 2 bodies that are reporting back to them and not just staff's interpretation of what we've seen.
So the survey would happen after the December 13th date?
We would try to get that out as quickly as possible. So when we come back with the list of names and the appointees of the council and the program requirements, we'll also provide a timeline update on where we're at with 100% plans, and then sort of the construction and landscape engineer contract and.
But again, the survey would be after their deadline or
No, it would be
before?
before.
It would be before.
Yeah, that's what you're confused.
Yeah, and my point was to what Mr. Friedendahl said, just that the committee have some other recommendations that if people were to say no when the balloting happens later on, that what other things were they thinking about or what options, so that there'd be some conclusion.
Well, maybe the ad hoc committee can recommend some questions to be asked on the survey.
Mhm.
That's all the questions I have.
Okay.
Direction.
All right, very good. Then I will entertain a motion.
I'll move that we establish the ad hoc committee with the guidelines we've discussed.
I'll second
and
that.
set that in motion.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Allison.
Thank you. That is a motion by Councilmember Friedendahl, a second by Councilmember Alawas. Let's to vote and do a roll call. Councilmember Alawas,
Yes.
Councilmember Friedendahl,
Yes.
Councilmember Thompson,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Boyer.
Is
Oh, sorry,
has stepped
has
down?
recused himself,
Yes.
and Mayor Davis.
Yes.
And that passes 4-0-1.
So how does that work if he's not here? He can't hit the button to recuse.
Right, so I'll do that for him.
Well, actually, we won't do that. We will note in the minutes that he did not participate in this item.
Yes. All right, very good. Thank you. That takes us to member staff closing comments. Mr. Thompson.
I have none except to offer my prayers and thoughts for those that we have spoken about. And just would encourage us all to take life as it comes, but share peace and love with everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Friedendahl.
I'll ditto that. It's been a tough couple of weeks for a lot of people, so thank you very much.
Mayor Pro Tem Boyer.
Well, on a lighter note, during my recess, I discovered that after 135 years, minor league baseball has decided to actually square up second base with first and third. So it will now be 1.5 feet closer to first and third base, but it's been a long time coming for anybody that cares at this time of night. So thank you.
You mean it's the corner instead of the curve?
Thank you. Mr. Alawas.
I would extend on what Mendel had mentioned. We live in some strange times right now, and it doesn't seem to be getting any better anytime soon. I just wish that people would treat people with more respect and love and kindness. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Raymond.
Earlier this evening, we spoke about the 2 Almani police officers that were shot. Unfortunately, both were pronounced dead earlier this evening. The police department has posted on their social media page the announcement from the city of Almani, and our thoughts and prayers go out to the city and those officers and their families at this time. Just as a reminder as well, Mendel indicated earlier, it's summertime, kids are outside playing in the streets on their bikes. If you happen to drive down residential streets, please drive safely and keep your heads out on a swivel. Fortunate on our street, we have about 10 kids that are outside running around. So appreciate those comments. Thank you.
Mr. Winder. Any other staff? All right, then we will adjourn at 9:23. We will adjourn with thoughts and prayers for the Almani Police Department and all of those involved in tonight's event. And also in memory of all 3 individuals that we have mentioned tonight.